I can't hear them.
Press again.
It's calling me.
Yeah. Let me see.
It's calling. Hello, good morning. I can't hear them. I'm not here with them.
Text. Yes.
I told you to join. Let me send you the link.
Yes.
Are we good? Can you say hello, ma'am?
Hello, I'm here with you. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Can you hear that?
Yeah, so you have to press on it.
Is it working here now? It's fine here now.
Good morning. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes, we can.
Alpha. So what's the issue? Okay, it's working on it there.
Okay, can I go ahead?
Alpha.
I hear you.
I thought she said she could hear me.
Please hold on. They'll get back to you soon.
Okay. I've been on with you. I'm on. Come on, take our number.
So you're connected to this page. Abnormal doesn't have data. So you should know to give you the number.
It's not me. It's their technical issue there. Zero 80 33 34 63 04.
You don't understand.
I'm giving all the permissions that need to be given. We called another person. And I'm not even hearing them now.
With a position of authority. Of employees acts in an official capacity for personal gain. Corruption is at the intersection of our development. It is the reason our country is still referred to as a potentially great nation, despite its rich natural and human resources endowments. Every challenge around us today can be traced to the consequences of corruption. The rising troubles of unemployment, insecurity, poverty, diseases, low life expectancy, hunger, kidnapping, and others are the result of mismanagement, misapplication, misplacement of our resources by those entrusted with them. We have come to a situation of that strife in our individual and national lives, all because of the menace of corruption. Some years ago, the report of the high-level panel of African Union, chaired by the former president of South Africa, His Excellency Thabo Mbeki, revealed that Africa loses about 50 billion annually through illicit financial flow out of the continent. For us in Nigeria, it is more worrisome as our country is regarded as one with one of the most entrenched culture of corruption and impunity in Africa, if not in the whole world. As we are aware, the Nigerian media is regarded as one of the most vibrant in Africa. Historically, the Nigerian media has led by some of the nation's founding father, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, Chief Anthony Enahoro, and other eminent personalities, remain a reference point in patriotism and nationalism as they use their platform to fight colonialism, social injustice, and the pursuit of the nation's independence. Again, during the military era, the media played a critical role in the fight against military misrule and the enthronement of democracy in our country. However, in recent times, the media appears to have abdicated that cardinal role. Today, I urge media practitioners to use their various platforms to fight corruption and the twin evil of economic and financial crimes in our country. Current media practitioners should emulate their predecessors and delve into investigative journalism and expose the atrocities and activities of fraudsters who defraud innocent people of their hard-earned money, and those in authority who use their position to siphon public funds. This is one challenge players in the media industries must courageously embrace. It is only when the media take up this noble responsibility that it fulfills its constitutional role as the fourth estate of the realm by holding the government accountable to the people. It is when the media discharges this role of holding public officers accountable that we can entrench a culture of accountability, probity, and good governance in all tiers of government in our country. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission is fully committed to eradicating corruption and economic and financial crimes. We believe that the media practitioners and professional association, like the Association of Communication Scholars and Professionals of Nigeria, should disseminate, educate, and enlighten the public, not just about the activities of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, but with the right information and the negative effect of corruption on our society. Media practitioners should desist from elogizing and glamorizing corruption. Corruption can be defeated and good governance can be attained if we collectively play our role as good citizens. The onus is also on us as individuals to be accountable, transparent, and committed to due process and procedures. It is my hope that this conference will contribute significantly and set the right agenda for media practitioners and scholars in our quest to build a better country. Once again, I thank the organizers of this program for this invitation. May your deliberations be fruitful. May the outcome translate to tangible results in the fight against corruption in our beloved country. Thank you and God bless you.
Of the EFCC chair, please, let's give him another round of applause. It's obvious that media and the EFCC, we are all trying to tackle the issue of corruption and governance in Nigeria. And from his speech, it's obvious that the media is a critical variable. Through our investigative reporting, we bring issues to the fore, and EFCC is able. So we're working hand in hand to make Nigeria a better country. Please, another round of applause for him. Let's try again and see if we can get the chair to speak. Event chair.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me now?
Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you are the owner of this vehicle,
What is this voting reaction? I'm not hearing what they're doing.
424GN, please kindly go and repark.
Good morning. They're on mute. Hello. They're on mute.
And do they have a technical person on their team?
North Senatorial District.
Hello, good morning. You are on mute. Can you unmute your own microphones, please?
Unmute yourself.
Thank you.
So go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be with you today. It's been an uphill task trying to connect with technology, but it's great to use technology. I will say a few words before I go on to the distinguished senator's speech, which I have forwarded to your able representative, the delectable Professor Ogwezi. She has been a worthy representative of the association. Please put your hands together for her. She has been a worthy ambassador of this association. The distinguished Senator Ned has kept commending her and her capacity as a communicator. He has just left Delta State, and it would have been his joy and pleasure to join you in this meeting. Unfortunately, he had spent a very long period with his constituents, touring the constituency, and they sent for him from Abuja. So he just returned yesterday, and he delegated that I should be with you. But I was already on my way back for the same assignment. Be that as it may, we determined that we will join you. It's an easy thing for me to work with a politician like distinguished Senator Ned. Because when it comes to issues of corruption, there are very few politicians that we can actually point to where they make their money outside of governance. And the fourth estate of the realm, which is the media, is supposed to be the one that holds accountable. The media and civil society has a pivotal role to play to hold governance, those in governance accountable for transparency and for accountability. I want to urge members of these associations to not allow the modern day new media, the social media, to drown the voices of the professionals. It's very easy for people in the field to think that because they have the new media, the social media, it suffices for communication. Of course, we all know that communication is much deeper than the shallow way the unprofessional people handle it. So I thank you for giving me this moment to say these few words, and I go straight to the speech of the distinguished senator, which I have here. Speech on behalf of distinguished Senator Munir Ned Nwoko on the occasion of the 12th Annual Conference of the Association of Communication Scholars and Professionals in Nigeria. Your theme is corruption, governance, media, and media. Your theme is corruption, governance, and media in Nigeria. Distinguished scholars, professionals, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on existing protocols. It is a privilege to address you on behalf of the distinguished senator on this annual conference. As professionals in communication, your chosen theme, corruption, governance, and media in Nigeria, is not only timely, it is profoundly consequential for the survival of our democracy. The media has rightly been described as the fourth estate of the realm. Its central role is to hold authority accountable, to amplify the collective voices of the people, and to serve as the conscience of the nation. In every robust democracy, the media is both a mirror and a lamp. It reflects the realities of governance while illuminating the path that must be taken. Yet we must acknowledge a painful truth. Corruption has infiltrated grievous harm on Nigeria's democratic fabric. It has hollowed our institutions, distorted governance, and eroded the trust between leaders and the led. Its reach has extended into virtually every domain of national life, leaving in its wake disillusionment, inequality, and stunted progress. In this context, the role of the media cannot be overstated. A democracy under siege by corruption requires more than passive commentary. It requires a media that is fearless, professional, and ethically uncompromising. What we require is not simply reportage, but investigative audacity, the kind of journalism that interrogates entrenched systems, unmasks concealed transactions, and sustains public scrutiny until accountability is achieved. But the responsibility of communication does not end with exposure. Communication, if consciously structured, can function as an instrument of cultural reorientation. It must reinforce values of integrity and public service, enlighten citizens on both their democratic rights and their civic duties, spotlight models of transparent leadership as examples worthy of emulation, and foster public ethic that renders corruption socially intolerable. The truth is that our society has become one that tolerates corruption. And until we make sure that corruption becomes socially intolerable, we cannot solve this problem because it has permeated every facet of society. When communication is deliberate and principled, it transcends the mere transmission of information. It becomes a force for social transformation, reshaping attitudes, building civic character, and redirecting the moral compass of the nation. Distinguished participants, Nigeria is at an inflection point. The struggle against corruption cannot be left to government alone. It is a collective undertaking. The media, as the fourth estate, must illuminate, interrogate, and ultimately inspire. On behalf of Senator Ned Nwoko, I commend this association for sustaining rigorous engagement with these issues. May your deliberations here provide intellectual clarity that leads to actions that strengthen the foundation of governance and inspire a renewed culture of accountability in our nation. Thank you for listening to me, and God bless you. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Nigeria's democratic. Multimedia.
We don't want to omit himself.
He has to omit himself. Prof, please unmute.
And say hello.
Hey, can you hear me now? Okay. So the room has been muted off and on. So, Professor Abigail, I can see you. If you can hear me, can you raise your left hand? Aha, beautiful. Yes, good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Okay, now it's afternoon here in Rwanda, the city of the land of 1,000 hills. the president, ACSPN, and the host team of this 12th ACSPN conference, the representative of His Excellency, the Governor of Delta State, the chair of the event ably represented, and the co-chair of the event, Professor Latunji's teacher, and also my teacher. Professor Gigi Dara taught me Lit 102 37 years ago at the Great Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife. Prof was teaching us from Ayikwe Amas, the beautiful ones are not yet born, and his concluding sentence was that the beautiful ones are not yet born, but the ugly ones refuse to die. That was 37 years ago. Prof, you agree that it is still the same today, or else this will not be the topic of this conversation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me jump protocol. As we say in Nigeria, I will stand on existing protocol and go into the heart of the matter because I can see that we are running against time. I'll start my presentation with a vignette. Somewhere in Nigeria, in the plains of Niger State, is a local government area known as Lavun Local Government. With its headquarters in Kutigi, Lavun occupies a landscape that is a sprawling and undulating combination of hills and grassland. Often when it rains, as you could expect, the rivers overflow, the bridges are washed away. And some years ago, it happened again. A heavy downpour cut off several villages and communities. Women could not access the markets. Some pupils could not access the schools. The local government was contacted, and the local government assured the people that action was being taken. Of course, in Nigeria, we know what that means. At a corner in the outskirts of the local government headquarters was a bulldozer that had broken down and parked. Days and weeks passed, and nobody was talking about this bulldozer. Nobody, except one young man in his early 20s named Mustafa Ahmed, a volunteer at the Lavun Community Radio. Mustafa had a program that if you use professional standard to assess it, you will say it's an amateur program. But this amateur program continued to talk about the bulldozer that refused to move. And very soon, the local government could no longer ignore that. And they had to do something about it. It was revealed that the bulldozer had been sent to go and fix the roads that broke down. And on the way, both the operator of the bulldozer and the contractor parked the bulldozer neatly, removed some vital parts, and disappeared into, as we say in Nigeria, the thin air. Mustafa was not going to keep quiet. Lavun Community Radio was not going to keep quiet. And local government was forced to do something about it. The vandals were arrested and were forced to repair the bulldozer. But while all this was going on, do you know that every day that the bulldozer was parked there, the local government was paying for its rent because it did not belong to the local government, it was hired by the local government. But Lavun Community Radio forced the local government to do something about this. The bulldozer was fixed and the road was repaired. Women again were able to bring their wares to the market. Children were able to go to school. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I decided to start with this story because for me, it illustrates two things. One is the potency of the media to confront headlong the socio, political, and cultural forms of evil that thrive in darkness and in silence, in our communities and in our society. Second, it also illustrates that, and this is very dear to my heart, that the small media that we often look down upon have tremendous power, if only they would speak to the issues that affect their immediate community with support and help from many stakeholders around. Before I move on, I think we should agree on the two key conceptual issues around this topic. My interrogation of today's topic is against the background of a number of assumptions. But again, before we talk about assumptions, let's talk briefly about what we understand or what we should understand as transparency and governance. Because I think we are leaving a number of things behind in our conversation around these two issues. Transparency literally means being easy to see through. It is the absence of opacity. When applied to leadership and management and other forms of human interaction, transparency suggests openness, integrity, and honesty. Transparent leadership is leadership that has nothing to hide, with reference to their aims, their methods, their strategy, as well as the ideology that guide their work and thinking. Ordinarily, transparency is the opposite of opacity. Opacity is the opposite of transparency. Darkness, silence, these are the opposite of transparency. However, in international development conversations, the opposite of transparency now is corruption. Transparency Index and Corruption Perception Index are now two indices in the development conversations that are used interchangeably. In other words, wherever we talk about transparency, we're not talking of lack of openness, we're actually talking of corruption. Permit me to also say a word on governance to properly situate what I want to share later in this keynote address. That complex system of rules, processes, and power dynamics through which an entity is led, directed, and held accountable, that is governance. Yes, I suspect that our concern here, when we say governance at this conference, our concern is what goes on at the national, state, and local levels. And that is very important. We cannot ignore that. But I want to tell us something we already know, that every arrangement involving more than one person requires some level or form or amount of governance. Therefore, as we think of governance today and tomorrow, let us not overlook the way in which our small academic departments are led. Let us not overlook what goes on at the level of the faculty and at the university as a whole. As communication professionals, what goes on in the newsroom, at editorial board meetings and management meetings, that also is governance, and we should be concerned about it. This caveat that I'm making becomes very important. Kindly permit this analogy, because we are always very quick to point out the speck in someone else's eyes while gracefully ignoring the log in our eyes. At the risk of belaboring the issue, I like to say that since governance is more than what only elected officials and the civil servants do, the key principles of good governance, such as accountability, transparency, and the rule of law, should apply at all levels, national, state, local, but also at associational, organization, club, community, university, and the relationship between students and their lecturers, employers and their employees. The huge mountain of misgovernance that we see and critique at the national level is an aggregation of the little molehills of misgovernance at our different small levels and corners, with just a little bit more. Having dispensed with these conceptual issues of transparency and governance, let us turn to two key assumptions that are implied in our topic. And the first one is that transparency enhances good governance. You cannot but agree with that. In 2007, the Washington Post adopted a slogan, "Democracy dies in darkness," underscoring the importance of transparency in nurturing democracy and suggesting the role the media has to play in making this happen. Transparency fosters trust, promotes accountability, reduces corruption, empowers citizens by providing access to information about government decisions and, importantly, government spendings. The second assumption is that the media has a role to play in all of this. It is believed that the media supports transparency by exposing public and private sector wrongdoing, holding powerful institutions accountable, and providing clear information about events and decision-making processes. We can summarize these two assumptions this way. If the media promotes and defends transparency, that should lead to good governance. We know these assumptions, like all others, can be challenged. And in fact, they should be. We may, for instance, wonder if transparency always leads to good governance, or at least if transparency always correlates with good governance, why is it that in some countries with low transparency rate, like Russia, like the UAE, the governance rating in terms of human development indices have continued to rise? But that is not the focus of our conversation today. To complicate matters further, people have said, in fact, why should Sweden, why should Switzerland and Singapore be rated as highly transparent, given their banking secrecy and untransparent financial supervision? I know as Nigerians, we want to be grateful to Switzerland because they allowed our Father in heaven to hide some money there when he was alive, and he has continued to send money to us through them from time to time. May God bless the memory of our Father in heaven. But that does not make Switzerland transparent. But again, ladies and gentlemen, so that we are not distracted, let's move on to the focus of the conversation. An overwhelming majority of evidence continue to suggest that no matter what happens in these outlier countries, because transparency guards public accountability, it is capable of combating corruption. It is capable of building trust and ensuring conscientious allocation of resources. Because transparency makes information available to citizens, it is capable of empowering citizens. What has been the experience in Nigeria of media fostering transparency as a way of promoting governance? From Herbert Macaulay and Professor Dara talked about Herbert Macaulay and Pa Nnamdi Azikiwe earlier. From Herbert Macaulay, who exposed the shady deals of the European officials involved in the corruption that assailed Colonial Railway project in Lagos in 1908, to Dele Giwa of the Newswatch, to Tayo Awotushi of the Champion, to Chris Imodibe of the Guardian, to James Bagauda-Kalto of the News and Tempo, and to more recent examples of unmourned victims and media professionals. The media in Nigeria, the mainstream media in Nigeria, has earned for itself a place of honor in the pursuit of transparency. Largely, professionals in Nigeria seem to have found the pursuit of transparency a divine call, and they have paid heavily for it. Herbert Macaulay, for instance, was jailed for seditious publication in 1928. He had published in his paper, the Lagos Daily News, alerting the protectorate to a secret plan by the colonial government to assassinate the Oba of Lagos through an explosive. He was arrested and tried and jailed. Needless to say, Macaulay's trials was marked with severe irregularities, such as the police commissioner suddenly going into hiding so that Macaulay's lawyers will not be able to obtain a bail for him. You see, these tactics that has continued to be one of the odious features of the Nigerian judicial system did not start today. But Macaulay was even lucky. Dele Giwa was assassinated through a parcel bomb in 1986 while investigating possible involvement of military government officials in drug-related bootlegging. Tayo Awotushi and Chris Imodibe were arrested and killed in 1990 by the soldiers of Mr. Charles Taylor while trying to uncover the atrocities that the warlord and his boys were trying to conceal. As for Bagauda Kortho, we are still wondering what happened to him, for he disappeared in late 1996 while investigating the humongous theft and tyranny of the Abacha regime. The military authorities came and said he died when a self-implanted explosive exploded on him. All we can say is only God knows what happened to the man. But there are many recent examples. I have cited these ones for two reasons. First, citing them brings to our memory the names of our heroes and martyrs, of whom we often forget to speak. Second, it serves to illustrate the cost of pursuing transparency in the course of fostering good governance. When a journalist decides to uncover opacity and to pursue transparency, she or he has signed up as a combatant in bloody warfare. No hyperbole intended. It is literally warfare, because those who seek to cover up a secret cannot be friends and play novelty match with those who seek to uncover the secret. One does not need to be a Machiavellian to understand that. But one needs to be a Machiavellian to justify it. Professor Wole Soyinka, now fondly called Babagba by some, summarizes what we are trying to understand here in many ways, one of which is this. He describes what we are trying to talk about here as a struggle, as a tension between power and freedom. He said the contestation between power and freedom goes beyond I am right, you are wrong. It becomes I am right, you are dead. And despite the Weberian characterization of power into the tripartite sources of power, the traditional, the charismatic, and the rational ethic sources of power, Soyinka insists that those who love freedom cannot feel safe in the presence of those who love power. And he goes on to say, even though we refer to those who have power as their excellency, more often than not, there is little excellence around them. The warfare between power and freedom, does it get better when nations transit from autocracy to democracy? Or does it stay the same? Or does it even get worse? And instead of answering this question, permit me to invite you into some recent events in Nigeria, not so recent and recent. In 2016, July, journalist Jones Abiri was arrested on charges bordering on terrorism. But some strongly believe that his arrest was connected with some of his writings on government. In August 2019, Agba Jalingo was arrested over an article he wrote about corruption in which he criticized the then governor of Cross River, Benedict Ayade. Jalingo spent 179 days in detention. In September 2019, Murtala Tijani, a teenager, you could say, student of Bayero University, Kano, was arrested and detained for 59 days for criticizing a legislator in his writing. In October 2019, Joseph Israel was expelled from Taraba State University for criticizing democratically elected Governor Darius Ishiaku of Taraba State in his writing. Same month, another young man, Michael Itok, was arrested and remanded in detention for criticizing the then Governor Udom of Akwa Ibom State. One of these students actually lost his studentship because while in detention, he missed his exams. In spite of all of this, the mainstream media, in the main, largely, has continued the pursuit of transparency as a way to support good governance. This season, as bad as it seems, has given rise to many excellent investigative journalists. One of them is, I refer to him as a colossus, named Fisayo Shoyombo. Even first-year communication students know Fisayo, or do they? I'd like to examine some of his exploits before I move to the last part of this conversation. In 2014, Fisayo went undercover to expose abuses at an orphanage in Ibadan. He uncovered horrific conditions and lack of proper care for children. He identified and rescued a baby who was being neglected. As a result, the orphanage was shut down. In Nigeria, that is a win. In 2017, he decided to sniff into the management of internally displaced persons camps in Borno. The outcome of that investigation was terrible, but Borno state government branded it cock and bull story. Then the then president, Muhammadu Buhari, however, responded by admitting to mistakes and wrongdoings in handling IDPs. In 2018, Fisayo visited me in my hotel room in Lagos and told me that he was going to go to prison to go and see things for myself. I was scared, and I pleaded with him to think, look, before he would leave. But to prison, Fisayo did go. He pretended to have committed a crime and actually got himself arrested. The time he spent in the police cell and later in prison exposed him to the sordid realities of detainees in Nigeria: widespread bribery, extortion, poor living conditions, routine denial of justice for inmates, including those awaiting trial. The series of the report he published led the Inspector General of Police to order an investigation into the conduct of police in Nigeria. Again, in Nigeria, that's a big win. In 2016, Fisayo reported on the deplorable conditions and negligence faced by Nigerian soldiers wounded in the battle against Boko Haram. He titled this report "Forgotten Soldiers," detailing how injured soldiers were abandoned and left to fend for themselves with little or no medical support from the military. The outcry it generated was so much that it forced the military the military authorities to respond to the allegations and to publicly acknowledge the issue. That is a big win. In 2020, he investigated corruption in the management of the Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital in Yaba. The report forced the then Interior Minister, Osage Ehanire, to at least promise to investigate the matter. He never did, but at least he promised. In 2023, it was the turn of Arrows of God, an orphanage with branches in Lagos and Anambra State. Fisayo exposed an unthinkable crime in that orphanage: the sale of babies. He himself managed to buy a baby at the cost of 2 million naira. On Wednesday, August 10, 2023, the Foundation for Investigative Journalism published the story and followed it up with a documentary the following day. NAPTIP took custody of the baby, and the Lagos and Anambra state governments shut down Arrows of God branches in their states. The founder of orphanage was arrested and prosecuted. In 2024, Fisayo, disguised as an importer of contraband, and attempted to illegally import not 10, not 15, not 20, not 30, but 100 bags of rice from Republic of Benin to Nigeria. This was a time when such importation was considered totally illegal. In the process, he exposed the corruption among greedy Nigerian Customs Services officials who betrayed their patrol teams by updating smugglers about the movement of their colleagues. As a result of that report, 2 highly placed customs officers were redeployed. Finally, in August 2024, Fisayo decided to be trafficked to Burkina Faso, from Nigeria to Benin to Togo and to Burkina Faso. And at the end, he published a story that revealed that Nigerian border officials were complicit in human trafficking schemes, enabling citizens to be smuggled into Burkina Faso for fake jobs. And the victims will have to pay heavily, and in Burkina Faso, they have to recruit other victims before they would be released. The Burkinabe police arrested some of the traffickers while others escaped. More than a year after the story was published, it continues to help Nigerians and alert us to the problem of human trafficking in the West African sub-region at least. What will it take, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, colleagues in the academia and professionals, what will it take to raise 100 Fisayo Shuyombo for each of our 36 states in Nigeria? Imagine that we have 100 of such people working together to foster transparency in governance in Nigeria, in our universities, in our corporate offices, in our media houses, as well as in local, state, and federal government agencies. And I think that is possible. But what will it take? First, I think we need to revisit our communication and journalism curriculum. By curriculum, I'm not referring to that thing that the NUC has approved, to which our students are exposed in the time they are in the university. Rather, I mean the overall experience that students have on campus. The unwritten curriculum, which is by far more powerful than the written. Fisayo, that I've been talking about, studied animal science at the University of Ibadan. He possibly sneaked into a few of my classes while he was there, I am not sure. But Fisayo made use of the opportunities made available to him by his membership of his Hall of Resident Press and of the Union of Campus Journalists at the University of Ibadan. I'm saying this not to say that was enough, but that the experience that young people have at that period of their life can serve to fix their gaze and set their course for the rest of their life. My fear, and I sincerely hope I am dead wrong here, is that the overall environment in many of our academic citadels is the exact antithesis of the space for experimenting the investigative skills needed to foster transparency. I am sure in this conference, we will spend a lot of time lamenting the poor quality of journalism in Nigeria. We will lament the lazy and shoddy reports that assault us daily on the pages of our papers. We will lament the sellouts who were professionals but now symbolize and defend the opposite of everything the profession stands for. These are comrades who have become renegades, in the words of Wole Soyinka. We will lament the pretenders who are not professionals, but have hijacked the professional space and have become willing instruments in the hands of politicians and others whose business thrive only in darkness and in silence. We will lament the fact that there is nobody who has stolen money in Nigeria and has escaped without the support of at least an army of people who call themselves journalists. Go back and think about it. However, as we sing this Jeremiad, we should turn the searchlight on ourselves. What is happening to our students? Students who are forbidden from and reprimanded for writing basic investigative articles about how departmental allocation, faculty allocation, university allocations from Abuja or from the state government are spent. Such students should not be expected to, upon graduation, be able to conduct investigations into how allocations to states and local governments are spent. Aren't we trying to reap where we did not sow when we not these kind of expectations? Aren't we? We want to raise rabbits and we expect them to go out and be lions. A rabbit does not grow up to become a lion. Professor Indisika, I'm seeing you. Are you saying something?
Timing. So send it. I said wrap up.
Okay, I see your sign and it says I should round off. All right, thank you very much. I'll skip the rest of the presentation and say in summary, I'll summarize 3 things I think we need to do if we want to look forward to, if we are interested in raising the next step of Pisai Oshoyombo. The first is that we must foster that spirit of inquisition, investigation, and frankness, not only on our campus, that is very important, but also in our newsroom. The second is we need to create a framework that protects bold journalists. They need to know that somebody, some organization have their back. Finally, we must remember that opacity, corruption, the opposite of transparency, is present at all levels. While we think of Fisayos who traverse the nation from one end to the other, let us remember the Mustafa Ahmeds in the small community radio station. May I close this short address with one final invitation? At the end of this conference, we will have presented papers and joint discussions. We will all go and update our CVs with our papers and with our discussions and participation. We will publish and will be promoted. But what concrete things would we say have happened as a result of this conference to nudge Nigeria closer, even if it is by a few inches, to that nation where transparency ignites and sustains good governance, with media professionals playing their key role? Thank you.
You got the people have even come to tell us to allow him to read. But we need to manage time. We need to manage time. Thank you, our lead speaker. He took us through transparency, governance, and media in Nigeria. He came with 2 assumptions. Transparency enhances good governance and public trust. And you know, trust deficit is a major issue in our democracy. So he highlighted that. He also did tell us that media has played a role, and he's been playing that role by exposing corruption and bringing leaders to account. He reeled out a lot of case studies, a lot of examples on how journalists have put themselves in the harm's way, you know, in order to enhance transparency in governance. The thrust of his paper, his position is clear that mainstream media has earned itself a place of honor in the crusade for transparency to deepen good governance in Nigeria. Another round of applause for him, please. Now we want to call on the rep of Tantita to make their presentation. Please, let's clap for him. He's your sponsor. He's representing the organization that is sponsoring this event. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, the high table. I stand on the existing protocol. My name is Roland Isereke. I'm here to represent our Executive Director, Operations and Technical, Captain Warri Eniswo. I'm here to represent for Tantita. We have a little presentation here to give to us here. Mr. Marvelous. The presentation we have is being Tantita. We just want to talk about our operations, what we do, And since inception, we came on board what we've been doing and the successes so far we have achieved and our look ahead. Okay. Tantita, as we all know, some will be asking what is Tantita, always Tantita, but a lot of us must have heard about it. Tantita is a private security company that operates in the Niger Delta. We are into surveillance, pipeline surveillance. That is what we do. In the year 2022, August, there's a lot of problems in the oil and gas sector whereby the operators, when they produce and they pump to the terminals from point A to point B, the injection and the receiving end, at the receiving end, it's very difficult. Sometimes things happen in between point A and point B that they don't see what they inject at point A. At point A and point B, they don't receive it. That gives a big problem to NNPC, who are the owners of the pipelines, the assets. And they brainstorm as scholars. All we do is when there's a problem, we have to look for solution. That's what makes us scholars. That makes you people scholars. So they hired NNPC to look for a solution, and they landed on the decks of Tantita Security Services Nigeria Limited in 2022. And why they landed on our decks, there's a lot of things that were happening between point A and point B. We find out that a lot is happening, and those things were happening. One of them is illegal connection. What is illegal connection? Illegal connection is the malicious and deliberate destruction. No, sorry, one of them is vandalism. Vandalism is the malicious and deliberate destruction of the oil and gas pipeline for personal gain. You have some people, you know, some people will just say, they will go to the pipeline, and what they want to do, they don't want to use it for the crude for anything. What they do is they'll just go and vandalize it and go home and sleep. It's like it gives them joy. And when they do that, it was as a result, making the injected crude oil from point A in point A was not getting to point B. Why other problem that we're receiving and was a problem on the pipeline was illegal connections. People were looking for way people were looking for ways to get quick money. So what they do is they go and put an illegal insertion on the pipelines. Instead of the crude that was pumped from point A to point B, this crude, they were diverted. And other issue that we had was we have people going to the crude pipelines to steal the crude, and they steal it. It was both local and international problem. Go to the next slide. So I just want to give, some of us might be saying, yeah, in this world, and they don't know how this thing looks like. What you see on the screen is an example of illegal connection. This is how it looks like. You have the main line, and you see one 4-inch connected to it. That one is an illegal connection. It's not supposed to be there. This is how they do it, and it's buried on the ground. Next, you see this big mountain oven. This is an illegal refinery. This is how, if what you're seeing here is even small. If you have the opportunity to go into the creeks when this was really taking place at its peak, you see some mountain, they call this an oven. You see ovens that are very big and large, bigger than tankers. This is how the illegal refinery looks like. Next, I'll take you guys to watch this video. Play the video that is played. You see, this is a cluster of illegal refineries. People coming together to operate and to construct illegal refineries, and we are just operating smoothly without disturbance. The operations were just going on without disturbance. This is how it looks like. Just imagine. Play the video, please. Media, it's not playing. Oh, okay, next. And look at this. This is one of our assets again. And you see people, they will just go with their canoes and boat. This is even a small one. If you see the ones, you will see this one that we're going to show to you guys. It's a very big tanker that was loading. This is an offshore platform. People go with these canoes to just go, and they'll just have the illegal connection. They'll just be taking the crude. That is things we're experiencing before. Next. But when Santita came on board, and since we've been on the creeks carrying out our actions, we've achieved a lot of successes. And some of those successes is we've received significant decrease in oil theft and pipeline vandalism. As I stand here to speak, that's oil theft and pipeline vandalism have reduced drastically. I can tell you for the past 4 to 5 months, the major pipelines in this country, when I say the major pipelines, we have those that are taking the crude, not from the wellheads, the main ones that are taking it from the flow stations to the terminals, they are all green. When I say they are all green, it means there's no illegal connection. Oil that is being pumped, like the Owando pipeline, it runs from Delta in Erie all the way to Brass in Rivers State. It passes from Erie to Imo State, Imo to Rivers, and to Bayelsa State. That line is green. The pump, and it is almost at 100%. What they receive, they receive, if they pump 20, they receive almost 20%. Other success we have achieved is the increase of crude oil production. We all know before August 2022, Nigeria daily production was less than 1 million barrels per day. But today, we are all clamoring and clapping and saying that what we have is not enough. But what we have presently is close to 2 million. But the OPEC quota, we want to make sure that we meet that. So we are putting all our expertise on ground so that our daily production will be able to exceed 2 million. Other success we have achieved is the commitment to community development and social responsibility. We don't just go to the pipelines and just carry out our surveillance operation, because these things, the pipeline runs through communities, and the people in that place, if you don't take care of them, if you don't meet their needs, it will be difficult. You cannot be able to achieve all this. So being Tantita, we look into the social responsibilities of the communities, and we've done a lot. One of them that is a clear example that was making headline is the renovation of the Ogborikoko police station into a model police station. Other one again is that all key crude oil bulk pipelines, which I've just mentioned, have been free from illegal connections for more than 6 months, and the ecosystem is recovering. When I say the ecosystem, those of us that are from the riverine area, we all know how the riverine was. Let me give an example. I'm from the riverine area. Years back, while we were going home, my brother was putting on white native. As we are going, a boat was coming. So when you driving against other canoe, you have to slow. The wave splashes and the water stains touch my brother's clothes, and the white completely turns to black. That's because the waterways was full of crude oil then. And he said, wow, I'm in the creeks, and the crude, instead of me to have a fresh and free air to breathe, it is crude that is staining on my body. And he used it to call it, he said, I'm going to create a company and make money from this. He called it a Black Creek. He created a company name, he registered it, and he called it Black Creek. That is because from experience he got. And today, if you go to the creeks now, with Santita on the creeks, with our activities, There's no more spill on the waterway. The waterway is clean. And not only clean, the fishermen now and the fisherwomen, they can now go, they are going to the rivers and they are getting fish now. It's not as difficult as before that the old waterways was polluted. Even some of this place, when I showed you that picture where the illegal refineries were taking place, a lot of those places, the trees in that area, because the activities is no more happening, the trees in that area are now growing back again. It's all turning green. Go to the next one. So I want to give, since inception that we have been operating, Tantita have been operating, I want to give a statistics of what and some achievements we have gotten. Those operating the illegal refineries and doing this illegal acts, we've been able to arrest 574. And these arrests that have been made, we have the Office of the National Security Advisor set up a committee. They call that the Special Prosecuting Team. So when Tantita make an arrest, they hand them over to that team. So it's not that we make the arrest and the people are with us, the suspects are with us. No, we hand them over to the SPT team, the Special Prosecuting Team, who in turn continue the investigation and they charge them to court. And we've made arrest of wooden boats, 1,935. We've made arrest of vessels, big vessels, 15. Barges that are coming to steal crude oil, our crude oil, 8. Tugboats, 4. Trucks is not only to the river, it's not only on the waterway. We have, it happens on the land as well. Trucks moving crude oil illegally. We've arrested 62. We have arrested 119 vehicles, and speedboat, we have arrested 16. Yes, 66, sorry. All this was not, we achieved all this by the use of technology. When we started, it was local intelligence, but as the job was going on, we have to deploy technology. And the technologies that we have deployed have really helped, and it has given us cutting-edge success. The drones we have drones, we have long and short drones. And these long and short drones have night thermal vision. Even at night, when you deploy them, you'll be able to see. It's not because the place is dark, they'll have thermal vision, you'll be able to see. We have underwater drones. Drones that some sections of the pipelines are under the water. So for us to send divers down, we send those drones down. If we are suspecting there is illegal connection on those sections or want to see the state of those pipelines, we send those underwater drones down. Then we have body cams. Our personnel in the field, in our control room now, if we want to, what is happening in the sections of the pipeline, we have our personnel in the field, they have body cam, they'll be able to tell us, you see them, you see what they are doing, the location they are, and what is the activities that are going on in those areas. We have a control, a central control system, a central control center that where all the informations are being sent to. That is where a control center where all our informations, all the data, all the things happening in the field, we can see them real time. We even have our wellhead monitoring system, the systems that monitors the wellheads. When you go to the wellheads, you see that for you to be there, you cannot keep men on all the wellheads 24/7. So we have position cameras that are there that we use to monitor those wellheads. Go to the next one. This is a massive vessel that was stealing from one of our assets offshore, and we're able to get hold of it. It's a video, but it said it's not playing. We're able to get hold of it and arrest it with the aid of our drones. We launched the drone was airborne, and our control center captured this After looking at it critically, and we got the name and we found out that this is loading illegally. And we went with the aid and the cooperation with the GSIA, the Navy, the Army, and we apprehended this vessel. And if you look at it, it's already loading. That's the platform on that side. If you look at this, you see the hose connected to the vessel and it was loading. Next. So in conclusion, I want to say that being scholars, we're all here, let us continue to spread the good news wherever we are. Let us continue to spread and promote, use our platform to promote and educate people to disease from this illegal acts in the Niger Delta, so that we'll have our clean environment whereby, and in return, the country is going to be able to meet our OPEC quota daily. Thank you.
We can do better. That's coming from our sponsor, a major sponsor of this program. Thank you, Mr. Roland Iserike, representing the Executive Director, Operations and Technical, Tantita Security Services Nigeria Limited. He has taken us through how Tantita is helping to prevent insecurity in the Niger Delta and how that is turning around the economy, both the local economy, as fishermen can easily get some harvests, and also the economy, national economy is improving. So let's clap for Tantita again. Thank you. We have a beautiful hall. We have so many forms of support from that organization. As he was making his presentation, you know that we have not started. We only sang the national anthem waiting for the governor to arrive. And so we have the rep of the governor, Chief Dr. Ebenezer Okorodudu. He is the Executive Director, Project Desopade. Please, let's appreciate him. Thank you. He's representing Right Honorable Sheriff F.O. Oborori, Executive Governor, Delta State. Executive Governor, Delta State. We also have in his entourage, Dr. Latimore Enesivia. He's the Director General, Bureau of Orientation, Delta State. So we call on Chief Dr. Okorodudu to make his presentation as our chief hosts, because we are in Delta State. Please, let's keep clapping for him until he gets here.
The national president of the Association of Communication Scholars and Professionals of Nigeria, and of course, the leadership of that association that are present here. And of course, I'm made to understand that the Board of Trustees, chairman and members of that association are also present here. Our amiable military officer of the Nigeria Airways, Air Force, in command of the Warri and Environ area, Group Captain Adisa, my bosom leader, uncle, constitutional in-law of Olomu Kingdom, Professor Gigi Dara, a great representative from Tantita, members of the high table present here, a very outstanding top government official, the Director General himself, Fred Latimore, And indeed, the various guests who are present at today's event, I greet you all. First and foremost, I want to send you greetings from our amiable governor of Delta State, His Excellency Right Honorable Sheriff Warri, who tried as much as possible to make it to this occasion. But for some other official assignments that came all of a sudden, he had to direct that I should proceed to come and give him effective representation here. Actually, I left Warri for Asaba yesterday evening to attend one function slated for 11 o'clock today. And I got to Asaba at about 7 p.m. At about to 10, I got a message from the governor that I must proceed immediately back to Warri. And of course, that event had to be postponed with immediate effect. Good enough, our governor had done so well. For those of you who have been visiting Delta State of recent, you see the massive transformation that has been taking place in Delta State. Very, very unprecedented. To the extent that the journey from Asaba to Warri now has turned to a Rumapado joining. To get to Warri from Asaba did not take me more than 1 hour, 20 minutes or thereabouts. So I give God the glory for giving us a workaholic governor who is actually delivering on his public service to the people. On this note, I would want to make my brief remark on his behalf. Distinguished guests, respected members of the press, stakeholders in governance, and fellow Nigerians. I'm honored to represent His Excellency Right Honorable Sheriff Warri, the Executive Governor of Delta State, at this conference on corruption, governance, and the media. Without doubt, there's no better time and occasion than this to share government's perspective and reveal the journey so far in the pragmatic and well-intentioned policies of the Sheriff Warri-led administration. It is indeed an honor and privilege to speak on a matter that lies at the core of our collective destiny: corruption, governance, and the media. These are not abstract concepts. They shape the quality of our lives, the integrity of our institutions, and the promise of our democracy. It is indeed an honor and privilege to be with you. I'm proud to share the remarkable achievements of His Excellency, Right Honorable Sheriff Warri's administration, which has remained deeply committed to transparency, accountability, and good governance at the foundation of its more agenda. Transparent management of state resources. Under Governor Warri's visionary leadership, Delta State has demonstrated unwavering commitment to the prudent and transparent management of public funds. We have consistently published our annual audited financial reports in national newspapers and on our official digital platforms, ensuring that every citizen has access to how their resources are being managed. This is governance rooted in accountability and openness. Progressive debt reduction. I'm pleased to report that Delta State domestic debt has dropped dramatically from 465.4 billion naira in June 2023, when he took over the administration of the state, to 204.7 billion as of March 2025, a staggering reduction of over 55%. This did not happen by accident. It is the result of deliberate cost-cutting measures, strategic debt management, and commitment to long-term economic sustainability, economic growth and development. Today, Delta State is Nigeria's fourth largest economy, thanks to both investments in urban and rural electrification, clean energy, and waste-to-wealth initiatives. A partnership with the Federal Rural Electrification Agency and plans to establish the Delta Electricity Commission and Delta Rural Electrification Agency will not only stimulate economic activity, but also create jobs and energize communities across the state. Through commitment, here in Delta State, under the leadership of His Excellency the Governor, we have committed to a governance agenda rooted in transparency, accountability, and service delivery. We recognize that no sustainable development is possible where corruption thrives unchecked. Governance, therefore, is not only about policies and infrastructure, it is about ethical leadership and responsible management of public trust, and ensure that every naira works for the people it was meant to serve. But governance does not exist in a vacuum. This is where the media plays a critical role, not just as watchdogs, but as bridge builders between government and the governed. The fourth estate must remain courageous, credible, and constructive. We urge the media to hold us accountable, but also to uphold the values of truth, fairness, and context. Sensationalism does not serve democracy. Investigative journalism, however, is a powerful antidote to secrecy and abuse of power. We welcome it. Good governance and timely payments. This administration has become a benchmark for timely execution of responsibilities, from the prompt payment of contractors and civil servants to disbursement of bursaries and salaries of university lecturers. Let me make it bold to state here that the state government, in fact, if you enter Warri and most areas of Delta State, you see massive infrastructural development. A lot of projects are taking place at the same time. But let me make it bold to inform you that the state government is not owing any contractor. And in all of this, with the huge investment in our infrastructural development, the state government has never owed salary any day. And above all, the state government has never borrowed a kobo from anywhere in this world. Warri government, with all these huge infrastructural development, payment of salaries, commitment to human development, has not borrowed 1 naira. It's a credible government that has served as a exemplary standard for any form of public administration. These efforts have earned His Excellency, the Governor of Delta State, prestigious accolades, including 1, this day Arise Media Governor of the Year. 2, Vanguard Media Good Governance Award. 3, New Telegraph Best Governor in Infrastructural Development. And 4, the Best Governor in the South-South Geopolitical Zone. These awards are credible awards from credible institutions. They are not subjective awards. They are objective awards based on his recorded achievement within a short time, under 2 years of his administration. These awards are not just tokens. They are national recognition of effective governance in action. But let me be clear, governance cannot strive in isolation. This brings me to the indispensable role of the media. You have a major task ahead of you, and that task has always been there and will continue to be there. The media is a watchdog of the society. The media is the conscience of the people and the mirror through which society sees itself. In Delta State, we embrace the media as partners in progress. not adversaries. We encourage investigative reporting, objective journalism, and constructive criticisms. However, we also call on media practitioners to remain guided by truth, ethics, and responsibility. In this journey towards a more transparent Delta and Nigeria, we need you. We truly need you as partners. The media, the civil society, community leaders, and every well-meaning citizens. Our democracy is only as strong as our collective vigilance. Shared responsibility. We also call on citizens, both young and old, to see governance as a shared responsibility and hopeful vigilance. As we confront the challenges of our time, from resource mismanagement to insecurity, the governor's office remains committed to an open door policy. We believe that partnership with the media, the civil society, and ordinary citizens is the only way forward in a democracy like we have in Delta State. Let me remind us all that corruption is not just a government problem. If we are to win this battle, we must unite the tools of good governance, responsible journalism, and an awakened citizenry. Together, we can build a Delta State where integrity is rewarded, public service is sacred, and the people are truly what? Sovereign. In conclusion, in Delta State, we believe that good governance is visible, very, very visible. And corruption is alien to us. That is our belief. Its 4-year program is a 4-year program, no more and no less. Corruption is not inevitable, and accountable governance is not a fantasy. Under the leadership of Governor Sheriff Warri, Delta State is showing what is possible when bold leadership meets institutional reform and when the public and the press work in mutual trust. Let us continue on this path, undaunted, united, and uncompromising in our quest for a better Delta State and Nigeria. I urge the media to continue holding leaders accountable and promoting good governance across Nigeria. Thank you, and God bless you, Delta State, and bless Nigeria. I want, please, can I enjoy the privilege of a governor standing before you? Because once a governor is standing and making a speech, as the governor of today here, allow me to enjoy the privilege. I want to please, in all honesty and respect, celebrate one of our own in Desopade, an outstanding journalist, a media and very credible, active person delivering on all his public assignments. Who it happened that today is her birthday. And I want you to join me to celebrate Mrs. Ase and wish her happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. May the good Lord bless 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 you. Hip, hip, hip. Thank you very much. Congratulations. On this note, I would want to declare this conference open. In the name of God the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. For those of you who came from far and near outside Delta, on behalf of Governor, I welcome you to Delta State. And it is our prayer that those of us who are here, especially the members or the leadership of the association in Delta State, we take good care of you. And I pray too that the way you got to Delta State safely, that same God that brought you here, will sustain you here, make you enjoy Delta State, and take you back home in Jesus' name. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please let's appreciate Chief Okorodudu, the rep of our governor. The DG, I have the microphone. He said they will take good care of us. So tell the governor that we are waiting for his care. Thank you very much. Okay, he has highlighted a few things and welcomed us under our team, Corruption, Governance, and Media in Nigeria. He highlighted a few achievements of Delta State government. He talked about prudent management of public funds, how this government, the more agenda is rooted in transparency and accountability. He talked about debt management and economic sustainability. He also talked about the indispensable role of the media, which is in line with our team in terms of being the watchdog, and also did say that they are great partners because they are the bridge builders. That Delta State government supports investigative journalism and they welcome constructive criticisms. He went ahead to advocate for ethical investigative journalism, rooted in truth and accuracy, not sensationalism. It canvassed for responsible journalism as we try to tackle corruption and ensure good governance in our country. And that makes Delta State the big hat. Please, another round of applause for the governor of Delta State. Quickly, we just take a few minutes to give honor to whom honor is due. And that's the immediate past president of ACSPN, Professor Umar Pate, the Vice Chancellor of Kashere University in Gombe State. He's not physically here, but the president is going to share a few words of advice from the past president. So we welcome our president again to the stage.
Thank you so much. It is a great privilege to be representing Professor Umaru Pate. He's among the patriarchs of the ACSPN, the founders, and indeed he was our immediate past president. He has a high regard for this assembly. He sends his apology for his inability to be here physically. He says this is a call of duty that has made this inevitable for him to be there. He prays for our peace, security, and comfort here, and he wishes us safety back to our destinations. He will be eagerly waiting at our 2026 conference to compensate for his inability to come here. So he sends his apology and his regards for this assembly. Please, a round of applause to him. The same thing with another board of trustee member, Professor Stella Okuna. She actually even supported us for this conference, and it is inevitable for her to be absent, and we send our best wishes to her and our regards. There are also other council members, Mr. Lanre Idowu, the secretary of the BOT, Professor Victor Ayedun Aluma, our 11 years treasurer of the association. Please give him a round of applause. Equally, Professor Oluyinka Eson, who might be online now, I don't know. If she's online, she will say hi. She also sends her own greetings. She's also a member of the board of trustees and also the past deputy president of our association. Mr. Martins Oloja has sent a representative. If the representative is here, please just register at the protocol desk. We will bring you on board at the right time. On this note, I want to thank you on behalf of Professor Umaru Pate for his inability to come and to welcome you to Delta State. Thank you.
Please clap for my president. Thank you very much. We have been seated here for a while, and we want to start with emotional breakfast before the real breakfast. This is Delta State, the big heart. So we have MC Breakfast. He's going to give you his own breakfast. Just watch him for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. First and foremost, I want to appreciate His Excellency, the Executive Governor, the Working Governor, the more agenda Governor of Delta State, Dukodo of Delta State. Can you put your hands together for him, please? Sir, while you were celebrating that celebrant, you said we are in Delta State. But you celebrated her in the Englishman's way. I thought you would celebrate her like a dead time. You understand? Let me celebrate her like, where's the celebrant? Celebrant, can you stand up? This is Delta State and this is Warri. So there's a way we celebrate our celebrants in a Warri pattern. Hello. Now we do it like this. Hey, happy birthday. Hey, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Oh yeah. Hey, happy birthday. Hey, happy birthday. Happy birthday. You say happy birthday. Say happy birthday. And you put your hands together for her, please. Beautiful. That's how we celebrate you in Warri, to let you know that Warri, now you did. Now, I've been sitting at the back. We're talking about corruption. Corruption starts with married men. Corruption starts with, I will explain. As a married man, listen and follow me. As a married man, you are happily married and you have a side chick. You are now not just having a side chick. Your side chick, you as a married man stays at Airport Road and your side chick is staying at Ekman, not far from your house. Your wife can easily enter keke of 200 and go to your side chick's house and warn your side chick. That is, how can you allow that to happen? You stay at Airport Road and your side chick says at Ekman? No, that's lack of corruption. As a married, like me, a married man, I stay in Warri, my side chick stay in Asaba. That's not corruption. I plan my corruption very well. Just last week, yeah, my wife just woke up. I don't know how she got to know about my side chick. She just woke up, entered transport fare, and went to Asaba to warn my side chick. After finish warning my side chick, she now see transport come back. Now my side chick, I go carry her go back, buy fast food for her, go put her for transport fare, take come back. When she got to the house in the evening, now came to me and said, honey, your side chick is scary, you know. I said, that's good for me. Married men, oh yeah. Now, man, listen to me. Men works every day. every day, work, work, work. Man, M-A-N, man. It means morning, afternoon, and night. M-A-N, man. Morning, afternoon, night. Woman, W-O-M-A-N. It means warrior of morning, afternoon, night. If you want to clap, clap. Women, they warriors for morning, they warriors for afternoon, for night. So one gets more rest. They could still warriors. True or false? True. Everything about man don't make sense. Everything about man not get. Emu man, emu mumu, emu mechanic, emu mugu, money making. That is man. But everything about woman is beautiful, fine, nice, lovely. W woman, W wise, W wisdom, W wealth, W welcoming, W wife, W wonderful, W wish, W wizard, W wawa, W wicked. Women, oh yeah, their voice not come down. Huh? You know where I respect women a lot. I will tell you a true life story about me recently. My wife was pregnant. Listen, when she was heavy, she now came to them and said, honey, the doctor said you should come along with me to the hospital tomorrow. I said, really? Is there any problem? She said, no, the doctor just want to see two of us. So no problem. So I went along with my wife to the hospital. On getting to the hospital, the doctor said, oh, Mr. Breakfast, please, I want you to make sure that when the baby drops, make sure you as a husband, make sure your wife give the baby friendly. And me, not what they call baby friendly. I could say, doctor, is that the only problem? Say, yes, always make sure your wife gives the baby friendly. And I asked my wife, say, honey, what is baby? She now said, it's one new baby food. True life story. Say, it's one new baby. Say, doctor, since it's baby food, that's not I can afford it, no problem. We went home. 1 month later, my wife to bed. Bouncing baby girl. Now, first week, my wife called me. Hello, honey. You heard what doctor said, oh, baby food. I say, be friendly. Say, yes. How much is it? Say, 25,000. I transferred to her. She went and bought baby friendly. Me, I no care. Second week, she called again, honey, this your daughter eats too much. The food does not last. I said, what is it again? Say, the food has finished. How much? 25. I transferred again. Third week, same thing. Honey, this speaking, now your leg she carry. Now your leg she just a shop up and down. Ooh, what did happen? Say, baby food don't finish you. I say, how much? 25. Transfer again. Fourth week, she called me, honey, this your picking the shop. I never see picking with shop like this. Wait till I say, baby food don't finish again. I say, Meanwhile, I was close to ShopRite. Now I say, honey, don't bother. I'm close to ShopRite. I will just branch ShopRite and get the baby. Now enter. Yeah, true life story. Now enter ShopRite. I enter the first provision store inside ShopRite. I say, please, do you have baby friendly baby food? Now that day, now no say all the women, especially married women for this life, they want WhatsApp group. Now enter the first store. I say, madam, do you have baby friendly baby food? Say, hey, Oga, you not quick come. You not quick come. Now just now one woman go buy the last one. I say, say yes. Say, why go see and buy? Say, go to the next shop. Go to the next shop. I say, sir, madam, do you have baby friendly baby food? Say, hey, oh God, that thing not the last. Oh. Just yesterday, and that one man just go buy the last 10 what I get. I say, say yes. So I say, why go see and buy? I say, go to the next store. Thank God for the next shop I went to. Now, one woman, they go God Grace Ministry. God's Grace. I said, I went there. I said, Mama, do you have baby-friendly baby food? She looked me. So my picking, I said, huh? So who sent you? She said, my wife. So your wife, I sent you? I said, yes. She said, eh. He said, why you tell you say they sell them? I said, same can just come any shop, provision shop, I go see but I said, eh, my picking. He said, I said, yes. So now you go do, I said, no. Go back to the house. Give your wife the money. Now she know where they sell them. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. That's my time. Thank you.
MC breakfast. Ah, you never sing for me now.
Really?
Now I did for that. You go sing for me later. Oh yeah, please clap for him. All right, thank you very much. We want to wrap up this session very quickly, so we'll call on the rep of the governor to help us to hand out some of this to our guests. And sir, please. So we start with the chair of the event, Senator Ned Nwoko, and my president, Professor Latunji Rotimi, will receive that on his behalf.
On behalf of leadership and members of the Association of the Communication Scholars and Professionals of Nigeria, I wish to present this certificate of appreciation to Senator Ned Nwoko in recognition of his astounding, invaluable contribution as the chairman at the 12th Annual Conference of the ACSPN, which held in Warri, in Delta State, from September 3rd to 4th in 2025. I present this certificate to you.
Excellency, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are honored.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Could have given you everything that you need, but I can't.
On behalf of the leadership and members of this great association, I, Olorugu Dr. Ebenezer Kodudu, present this certificate of recognition to a very outstanding man, a great man indeed, Professor Jinji Dara. And with prayers that we look forward to your living better in future than your beginning. Thank you very much.
You look for the truth, and when I look deep down inside, I know it's too bad I love you. Too bad I love you.
How are you?
Too bad, too bad.
On behalf of the leadership and members of this great association, I present this certificate to EFCC, ably represented by the very top officer of that great commission, for your outstanding performance in your duties in ensuring that things are properly done well in Nigeria, and as a very serious institution fighting crime, corruption in Nigeria. Thank you very much, and God bless you. On behalf of the leaders and members of this great association, I present this certificate of recognition to Professor Ojibode for his outstanding and wonderful support and activities that tend to promote the ideals of this great association. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Please, can we appreciate Chief Dr. Okorodudu for a job well done? May I call on the chair, rep of the chair BOT ACSPN, Professor Nosa Owens, to help us to hand out the next sets of plaques. Dr. Yelaya, please come and receive on behalf of CJID.
You're giving you everything that you need, but I cannot turn back the
On behalf of the ACSPN, it's my pleasure to present to CJID this plaque to appreciate their contributions. This is a plaque of appreciation to Santita for the huge support they have offered this conference. Thank you very much. On behalf of ACSPN, I present to United Dr. Ashibogu this plaque. We appreciate your support.
We have to be strong, and I'm finding that hard. We have to
On behalf of ACSPN, this is a plaque presented to Dr. Alium Yusuf Mwazu. We appreciate your support, such a huge support. Thank you very much. All right. All right. Okay. Okay. On behalf of ACSPN, I present to Dr. Faustino Giaba this plaque of appreciation.
everything that you, but I cannot.
You are not clapping, no. Polaris.
You want it from me.
Okay.
But I cannot turn back
All right.
So
On
we
behalf
have
of
to-
ACSPN, I present to Polaris Bank this plaque of appreciation. Yes. All right. All right, on behalf of ACSPN, present to you this plaque in appreciation of your support. Clap now. All right, thank you. Majority, please come. The professor. Please clap for him. Yeah, they've done a lot. I think this is really the most beautiful venue we have had, since we started. So you are representing majority of the professors in Nigeria. So on behalf of ACSPN, it's my pleasure to appreciate you with this.
Thank you very much. So next photograph by the high table. High table, please. So we can now go for tea break. High table, members of the high table. Chair, LOC, please come for the photo. Professor Majority, please come for the photo. And the LOC, please get ready, LOC. Yes. President, Governor, Chair. Okay. Captain. Captain. I love you. It's hard to take away looking for you know the style of it in the bones inside you makes you feel so small. But I see your true eyes shine. See your true eyes. That's why I love you. So don't be afraid. All the executives of ACSPN across the country, all the executives of ACSPN, please come on stage. So stay, they want to take photo. Yes, LOC. All the ESCO, forward. Yes. All the ESCO across all the geopolitical zones, all the states, please. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. They said we should use. Okay. Okay. Go behind. All the ESCO, if you are a member of ESCO, thank you very much for the work you do for the association. You are highly appreciated. Thank you so much. Please, all the deans present and HOD, you are the next. And all the editors, deans. Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. All the members of LOC, ESCO, please, thank you very much. You can leave the stage. LOC. Yes. Yes, but I call everybody. Yeah, okay, no problem, madam. LOC, members of LOC, they are coming. That's Professor G coming with his team. Thank you very much. Success made us very successful yesterday. She was in charge of all the airport pickoff. Thank you very much. LOC, please. Baby, I wanna be all about you. Yeah. Baby, that way. Okay, thank you. All the deans, heads of departments. If you are head of department, professors, deans, HODs, please come on stage. Professors, editors, directors. Oga Fred, please join us for this photo. DG, please come out. All professors, heads of department, deans, DVCs, VCs. Know you've been hurt. Know your love is sky. You don't have to say anything. Oga Fred, please join us. All editors, if you're an editor of a newspaper or any newsroom, or you're a program director in a media organization,
You don't understand. No.
okay, if we are much, we can do 2 sets. Take everybody.
Oh, provider. Yeah.
Thank you very much. All zonal coordinators, please, can we leave? All zonal coordinators, ACSPN zonal coordinators, all ACSPN zonal coordinators,
Provider.
ACSPN zonal coordinators. Are they here, madam?
Darling, I will.
All state coordinators, all ACSPN state coordinators,
Somebody like
all ACSPN state coordinators, all ACSPN state coordinators. Thank you very much. State coordinators. Sir, please. All ACSPN state coordinators, please come over. All ACSPN state coordinators, please come over quickly. Okay, zonals and state coordinators, all ACSPN zonal and state coordinators. Please. Treasurer, secretary.
the good things. He can do no wrong. Turn his back on his best friend. He puts her down. Spend his very last dime. Trying to hold on to what he needs. He gave up all his sleep out in the rain.
Yes, we thank all of you most sincerely for this opening, fantastic opening. Our host and our chief host, His Excellency, ably represented by Dr. Okorotudu, and all the distinguished members of the high table. Right now, tea is served. This is just phase 1. Tea is served, and the other is the high table will go first. And the ushers, please be on ground to help them. The BOT chair will lead the high table. You are the rep. You lead the high table. Yes, thank you. Yes. Tea is served, so they are going for tea. When they pick their stuff, you help them to bring it. So lead them. Then please, let's make it very orderly. Once they are through, we'll go row by row. We'll start with our very seniors. So well done. Okay. Wait, the one I lost. Yes. Yes. You have to organize that. There is 0 3. 3 3. That role, Professor Mojai, please lead that role. So just go behind them for tea. Dr. Moasu, so you follow your team, follow this. Please, colleagues, let's make way for our distinguished guests to go for their tea. And we follow the order so that it's less rowdy. Let it be a little bit orderly.
Go up, go up, go up, go up, like that. Each one, those that are not listed. That what you are saying. This one are okay. No, 5 is for tomorrow. That's for tomorrow. Okay, it's for tomorrow. Okay, okay, all right. So we'll call that okay. Syndicate 5. Okay, syndicate 6. Or let's correct it. They are going to 6 now. If you look at the program, there is syndicate 5. We'll call you syndicate 6. Please go also to go upstairs. 2 is after this door. This is 1. After this door, this main door. Yes, near the secretariat stand. Syndicate 6. If you are in syndicate 5 on the program. Okay. All right. So we'll just say that they are sick, no problem. Yes, that's what I'm saying. If you are on syndicate 5 in the program, please, you are now syndicate 6, go upstairs. You will use the right-hand side of the room there. See, the other syndicate session will use the left-hand side. Please, thank you very much. The online room will also be open. By 3. Ah, 4 is there. This is 3. After the door. Yes. So what I'm doing? So by 3 o'clock. We expect 1 hour. Syndicate 1 is here now. 1 hour for syndicate session, please. And the time has started. 2 hours. Okay. 2 hours for syndicate session. 2 hours for syndicate session. After syndicates, we go for lunch and retire. Syndicate 1 is here. Syndicate 2 is there. Syndicate 3 is here. Syndicate 4 is here. Five. Yeah. Syndicate 4 is here. No, sorry, 2 is here. Syndicate 2 is here. There's day 2 now. We are not taking everything today. We are not taking all the papers today. If you look at the program, there's day 2. Day 2 also has syndicate sessions. What we are doing now is for day 1. Let's go to our
Please, let's maintain silence. Let's maintain decorum. Let's go to our respective syndicate rooms. If you brought books for Professor Tony University donation, bring them here to us at that. Register your name with additionally, please help us to register them.
Yeah. Hello, how are you? Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Sorry, can anyone just respond so that I can know that you can hear me?
Yeah, yeah, we are hearing you. We can hear you.
Okay,
We
let
can
me
hear you,
just give
sir.
this a little bit more volume. Just give me a few seconds.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. Sorry, we have to try and ensure that we sort things out a bit better. My name is Dr. Guyombo, and we are going to moderate this online session together. I think from what I can see here, we're about 12 or 11 that are here to present. Just give me just 2 minutes. Hold on, please.
Moderator.
Hello, can you hear me now? Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, yes, we can hear you.
Please go ahead. We can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so we have about 12 people. Now, you raise the electronic hand if you are presenting a paper. Let me have an idea of how many people are actually presenting papers. Can you raise the electronic hand?
I am ready to prepare, to present, sir, if I'm allowed.
All right. So what I want for now, before we start, is I want to know how many people are presenting so far. I have about 12 people here. There is Bayo Bukari, there is Susan Ike, there is Adekemi Oso, there is Osifemi, and there is Olumide Oluwayinka, Alamide there is George Wilson. So out of this number of people, Babatunde Abdul Fattah has indicated.
Yes, I'm presenting.
All right, so I just need to know how many so that we can have adequate preparation for it. Okay. Sorry, let me just look.
Adekemi Osho is presenting.
I've seen your electronic hand, so making 2 persons. Any other person? Is there another person presenting?
If your Excellency is presenting at all.
Please raise your electronic hand. It is easier for me like that so that I can take you.
Now your voice is not very audible, though. It's echoing at our end.
Is it louder now? Can you hear me better?
No, I can hear you loud and clear from my hand here.
Okay. So now let us.
Okay, it's better. It's better.
let's
Maybe you
have,
shift away from the mic a little.
yes, I'm using a headphone so, because I'm trying to muffle out the noise from all. That is why it should be like that. All right. So we have only three topics presenting. That is Olatide Abdulfatah, Media
Yep.
X, and additionally also. Okay. So please let's have each one of you represent for just 10 minutes. After presentation, these are just three. I think if you need to get this done under maximum of 1 hour. So after presentation, then we have a conversation around the paper. The aim of the conversation is just to ensure that we make the paper better. We want to make the paper better. And then making it better, it means that we have to listen very well to whatever our colleagues are saying so that we can get the insight from the paper. And so let's start what we have come here to do. That is how the last said it. So let's start with Babatunde as a speaker. After Babatunde, we will take additional as well. And after additional as well, we will take the equal. So Babatunde as a speaker, your time starts now. You are free to start.
Okay, thank you. Can I please share my slide, please? Can you please allow me to
try to share it? Let me. You should be able to share it.
I am still disabled. It said host disabled attendee at sharing screen. Okay, I should just continue.
Continue, please.
Okay. The topic of my paper is media gatekeeping: how editors manage disinformation in a reporter's news copy. And if at the next slide is that gatekeeping, that editors combat disinformation in an age of rapid information dissemination and evolving digital challenges. The role of news editors as gatekeepers of truth has never been more critical. This presentation explores how editors actively manage disinformation in reporters' news copy, safeguarding journalistic integrity and public trust. The theoretical framework for this study is as follows. Building knowledge gap requires a cumulative process of new academic investigations, building on previous studies. Dogo 2002 in Babatunde 2016 states that somehow, somewhere, somebody must have said or done something that that relates to your work. In order to appreciate the importance of the gatekeeping process and keeping media content free of disinformation or distortion of any sort, this study examines the gatekeeping theory. Truth. The critical role of editorial oversight is the truth, defending truth in the digital age. Editors stand as the final line of defense against disinformation. Their gatekeeping function, rooted in rigorous editorial vigilance and clear newsroom policies, is essential. This role is amplified by the ease with which.
Mr. Olatide,
Hello?
can you try to share your slide again?
Okay. Okay, let me reshare it. One minute, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you see it now, sir?
Not showing yet.
Come again. Are you seeing it now?
It's not showing yet.
It's not showing yet.
Yes, have you been able to share? Have you given the opportunity to share?
Yes.
Okay. It's coming up. It's coming up.
Okay.
It's coming up. All right. You can see your screen, but you are not seeing your slide. You can see your slide. You can see your own screen, but not your slide.
Okay. Let me see how I can. I'm trying to.
Because what we keep seeing is ourselves. So probably asking for the topic. You can just continue what representation. Okay, you can see yourself. You can see yourself. It's better now. Yeah. Okay, you can continue. You are muted. You are muted. You are muted. You are muted. No, don't share. You are muted. You are still muted. We can't hear you. Are you close to the windows you have? You have so many windows open. Are you close to the windows so that you can see what you are sharing and you unmute yourself and go ahead? You are muted, sir. Unmute yourself. You are muted. The capacity seems not to be getting what you are saying. Hello, participants. Can you hear me?
I think Mr. Babani just need to unmute some part of what he's doing so that we'll be able to have people to hear him. Maybe close some windows and all that.
There are so many windows open there. And he's talking. That's my problem. He's talking, but he seems not to be hearing what you are saying.
That's just it. So maybe we just need to.
Okay, other participants, let's just stop from sharing. Let's have Adekemi Osho. Adekemi Osho, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Pending when Mr. Babakinde is able to get the system right,
Okay.
let's see if we can share your screen first. Start to share.
Okay. My name is Adekemi Osho. I'm co-presenting with my colleague, Lydia Eke. She's also on this call. We're presenting together.
Continue, please.
Okay, sir. Can I share our slide?
Yes.
Or we should just continue?
Yeah, right.
Okay. So our topic for this conference is assessment. Okay, hold on. Let me just share my slide. Share. Okay, I'm going to share. One minute. I want to. If I'm not able to share, can I just present?
Why are you not able to share? If you're able to share, you have been enabled. All presenters have been able to share.
Sir?
I say all presenters have been enabled to share. So if you're able to share.
Not supported. So let me just continue because telling me the format I saved is not supported. Okay. Okay. The topic for this presentation, for this conference, is assessment of the influence of social media on 2023 presidential election among electorate in Lagos State, Nigeria. So social media has emerged as a substantial promotional tool during elections by political parties to connect and express their vision, to influence voters, to achieve its objectives, to help them increase their visibility or to gain majority. The perception of Nigerian people towards the modern marketing tools in politics remain unexplored. The use of social media has been used as a strong weapon for the transmission of political activities in Nigeria and the world at large. The active users of the social media platform are youth. In the Nigerian presidential election 2023, the most popular and advertised presidential candidate was Peter Obi, probably because he used social media massively among the youth. Social media is not only the current generation line of communication technology, but it has also changed daily activities and connected people in a manner never before possible. This is by Person and Rowling in the year 2018. Social media platforms have created new dimensions in online political marketing, resulting in easy access for the parties and political leaders to keep in touch with the people, understanding their needs, wants, and behaviors by Pitch and others, 2018. Information that emanated from a member of the forum might become topical and even spread beyond where it was first discussed. Typical example of social media include Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Google, MySpace, and among others. Statements of the problem of this study. The social media constitute one important source of information in modern day society. In fact, it has become the most accessible source of information in the present day society. Election officials around the globe are concerned about social media increasingly influencing on voters' engagement and voting decision. Upon this assertion, these studies, collected data to reflect how social media marketing in political campaign influence the voting choices of voters and perception of candidates in the 2023 presidential election among the electorate, Lagos State, Nigeria, and also to achieve clarity regarding the ways in which voters engage in political activity on social media platform. Objectives of this study is to determine the level of awareness of social media use among the electorate in Lagos State. Also to identify preferred social media platform, that is the popular social media platform among the Lagos electorate in the year 2023 presidential election. Then thirdly, to examine the perceived influence of the social media messages on voting choices among the electorate in Lagos State. Then to determine factors militating against the voting patterns of the social media user during the presidential 2023 presidential election. So we also have the research questions, which says that to what extent are the electorate aware of the use of social media platform during the 2023 presidential election? Which of the social media platform was highly preferred among the electorate during the 2023 presidential election? What influence did social media had on the voting choices of the electorate during the election? And lastly, the factors that militated against the voting patterns, voting choices of social media users during the 2023 presidential election. The methodology used for these studies, the quantitative survey research approach was used for this study. It employed online questionnaire to collect data from a set of respondents. Respondents received structured questionnaire via emails and WhatsApp in order to describe and explain variables like social media and voting pattern. The variables are social media and voting pattern. Analytical design was adopted. This analysis helped the researcher to examine the interrelationship between variables, the variables social media and voting patterns in a population of 15,945,912. This figure is from United Nations World Population Review 2023. A sample size of 300 was drawn. A purposeful sampling technique was used based on the researcher prior knowledge of the population and the purpose of the study. Data collected was analyzed using frequency and percentage method to analyze the data with the aid of tables. Conceptual review. The researcher reviewed social media, quoted civil think tank.
Hello, madam. Can you just go now to your findings?
Sir?
Because of time, can you just go to your findings now?
Okay, my finding. Okay. I'm not even going to go through because I just want to mention the concept. Social media, presidential government, was defined. Then we'll go to concept of election, social media in Nigeria, social media influence on 2023 election. Those are the concepts defined and explained. Then quickly, I'm going forward to theories. The technological determinism theory and the new media theory was also used. There were empirical study like two from Journal Lady of 2015. Then another empirical. Let me go quickly down. Sorry, 1 minute, sir. Too fast. What was it? Empirical review. Journal Lady of 2015. Then we had what's the name? By Amam Abid of 2018. So the findings now. Should I do I don't need to go through data analysis. Let me just go to findings. So save your time. Going downward right now. Okay. Discussion of findings. The 2023 was a testament of what the social media can do and how it can keep everyone involved. Social media has become a more comfortable platform for campaign and the best media to engage Nigerians. It gave room for sensitization on PVC, opening a public space for election monitoring and participating, while opening a wider view for users' opinion, both in Nigeria and in diaspora. The studies discovered that convenience was the most cited reason for those who read newspaper on the interest, with 90% respondents using the internet for the ease of getting political news. The internet has emerged as one of the most widely used sources of political information. 95% indicated that the internet is their top news source about politics and current events. The internet is a key source of information and news about the campaign for both adults and youth, with 73% of Nigerians using the web to find news about Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu campaign and 12% doing so for Peter Obi campaign. The study found that their campaign were embracing new media. The study found that, hello? The study found that their campaign were embracing new media technology, with 90% internet users sharing or receiving campaign information using tools such as WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. Are you talking to me, sir? Assessing the level of electoral awareness. Assessing the level of electoral awareness of the use of social media platform during the 2023 presidential election. 139 respondents out of 257 data gathered were very familiar and aware of the use of social media during the last presidential election. The most engaged and preferred social media platform was WhatsApp due to its audio-visual element, easily accessible and interactive. The data gathered had many educated electorate who monitored and followed the election campaign and the election process online. Examining the perceived influence of social media platforms on 2020 presidential election, 184 respondents agreed that social media contributed to the success of the election, had positive influence on the voting pattern, choice and preferences of the electorate. 218 respondents agreed that electorates sought information about their candidates online, check online daily for information, establish recognition, and make personal connection. Conclusion. Let me go to recommendation. The fact that social media have so numerous potential that could be tapped to improve the game of politics, enhance the virtue of democracy, and foster good governance and political stability in the volatile African continent, call for full embrace of the technology. Credibility of social media should be engaged. Last line. Credibility of social media should be engaged. Presently, most political stories obtained on the web are mere gossip and rumor, which most of the time are baseless. A little bit of caution should be exhibited by those who post comments onto this social media site so as to avoid derogatory and appalling comment. Thank you, sir.
Thank you once again. Can you all hear me? Am I clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Kenny, also.
Yeah, moderator, please. Thank you. I'm very sorry for the break in transmission, sir. I'm back online. I don't know if after Ms. Osho presentation, if I can continue with mine, sir.
I will admit you at some point. We were calling out to you.
Yeah, it was the network, sir. It was the network, sir.
It's fine. I'll admit you afterwards. Thank you. All right. So, additionally also, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, sir. You're welcome, sir.
Audience from the participants here online.
Sir, sir, I can't hear you clearly. Can you just make it a little bit loud?
Hear me clear. Am I clear now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so do you have anyone here who wants to make comment on what Alikemi said? And with their 80 suggestions? Anyone? Is there anyone? Adetiki Solomon, are you raising your hand or you are waving at us? Unmute yourself, you are muted, we can't hear you. Adetiki Solomon.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'm promoted, sir.
So were you raising your hand or you were waving at us? What were you doing?
I raised my hand.
Okay, you want to make comment?
Yes, I
want
would
to
like
make
to just maybe ask 1 or 2 questions.
Okay, continue, please.
So I would like to ask questions in regards to the place of the social media or new media in regards to the last election. And I think I appreciate the fact that the presenter, Mrs. Osho, was able to let us know that companies, that is, people prefer using or embracing convenience to just be able to entertain when it comes to electioneering, marketing, or campaign in Nigeria. Secondly, issue of new media in Nigeria. I would have loved to see maybe conceptual approach or empirical approach, empirical review rather, conceptual review and empirical review. I didn't hear anything about the aspect of abuse of that social media when it comes to marketing politicians. And though the concentration may not be on that, but I think it would have been an addendum for us to benefit from. Because some of us are looking at how the platform, social media platform or social media marketing is being abused by Nigerians. And especially in the last 2 or 3 years, that's been on the high side. Though we are making progress as a nation, but sincerely speaking, that aspect too need to be mentioned a bit in regards to social marketing. So thank you so much. So, very interesting.
Thank you very much. Adetunji Solomon. I'm still Salami.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
I can hear you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
You did a great job considering the fact that social media and communication and social media and politics are inseparable. Because lately now, a lot of people have been using social media so intensely, though the biggest challenge of it is rumor, false accusation, and the like. So I want to know specifically, Mrs. Osho, what methodology and theories, if there are 1 or 2, can I know the theories used in this research paper? So possibly to know if it truly matches the method you use. You understand? Thank you.
Let's take the answer from what you say. It's the training. You did mention the theory. You said you use technological determinism theory and the non-media theory.
Oh, that's good. Great one, if that's what she used. They are one of the best theories to use as far as the title is concerned.
So, there is physics in solving. That's the method.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Anything was said. Anything asked about we were talking about social media abuse. Your
Can I say something, sir?
Yes, you can.
Yes, okay. To respond to a few questions I'm able to gather from my colleagues. The first of all is the social media abuse. Yeah, I mentioned it, although I didn't really talk about I skipped my conceptual review. You know, I rushed through it. I talked about how social media has been abused in many ways. Even in my conclusion, my recommendation, I say something about though we are already embracing the fact that social media has become a tool that we use, but caution should be taken. A bit of caution should be exhibited in posting such comments because we have so many derogatory and appalling comments on the social media, which needs verification, you know. And it's also, that's my recommendation. But in my conceptual review, I dealt with area where, in fact, in the 2023 presidential election, there's a place, let me, if I can find it now to read it out, where misconception about presidential candidates, you know, false information and all that is something that we need to really look into because it's appalling and it's derogatory. Then I also said something about the theories technological determinism theory and media theory. Then I also said that my methodology, because I heard somebody asking for the type of method I use. Methodology is, my method is quantitative survey research approach, So, and I use online questionnaire, where some respondents receive structured questionnaire via email and WhatsApp. So that's my methodology. Thank you. I hope I to answer your question.
Yeah, you are able to perfect, theories and the methodologies go pari passu. If one is not well linked, the other will not work. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you
Hello.
very much.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Okay, sir. I would like to just make one or two adjustments again. You emphasize I used, but in the beginning you said you authored it, and that's I think it brings a sort of only your work, not the other person's involvement.
Oh, sorry, we did. I'm co-presenting this with on this. We are three on this work. So one of my colleagues is here with me, Lydia Ike, and the other is unable to join us. But
And
we did the work.
The other person's name you should be given, please.
Enioluwa Adeoluwa. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir, for the observation.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Every work of activities that we have here is an effort that has been made to ensure that we get things done. There's one thing that we have to know is that for an academic exercise, I want to point to the presenter for making good attempt at getting this done. However, I have some observations which I think the presenter can look at. All the time. I hope you can hear me. Am I audible?
You are not audible enough.
Yeah, we are hearing you, sir.
Yeah.
We are hearing you, but not that audible, please. Maybe you can project your voice, please.
Okay. What about now? Is it better?
Okay, Mr. Welcome this time.
It's a bit better now.
It's better.
It's better now.
So I'm trying to get at this. When we have an academic exercise of this nature, it is important that we take care of some things that we often overlook. Now, I have some title of your work. Assessment of influence of social media and essentially election among electorate. Is it electorate in Nigeria or electorate in
Electorate in Lagos.
Did you say, I just tell yourself, did you say electorate in Nigeria or electorate in Lagos? If you can help is muted.
I said electorate in Lagos State, not in Nigeria. Lagos State in particular.
Okay.
Yeah.
You do determine your electorate in Lagos. You sample everybody in Lagos.
Sir?
You do sample everybody in Lagos.
Oh no, I didn't sample everybody in Lagos. We didn't sample
What's the sample size?
Who
What's the
sample size was 300. 300. I mentioned a population of 2 million. Hello?
Okay.
Hello, can I talk now?
Yes.
Population,
yes.
Lagos population at 15,945,912, according to United Nations World Population Review of 2023, that's this population size. Then the sample size, 300 sample size was
Now,
drawn.
this is
And
now
was a
let's
purposeful sampling technique based on
hold on,
researcher
hold on, hold on,
No, the
hold
sample
on,
size is even the sample size is a little bit smaller for a
hold
projection
on.
of
Can
15
you hear
million.
me now?
I can
Just
hear you.
hold on.
Lagos is up to 20.
Let's get to some conversations around this.
Okay.
And that is why I said these are things that we often don't pay attention to, or we pay attention to them, but not actually in the manner we are to. And that sometimes brings faults in our findings. Once the methodology is jumping up and down, we may have issues. And that is one thing I want us to manage. If your population is Lagos State, what I've asked is that how did you arrive at your sample size? You said you used purposive sampling. What were your inclusion and exclusion criteria for using a purposive sampling? Can you tell me that?
Okay. My criteria for purposing sampling. Is that your question, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Number one is the researcher prior knowledge of the population. Number two is the purpose of the study, and number three is the researcher's knowledge of the respondents' use of the smartphone and availability on the internet.
All right. Now, you need to, let me just tell you what's supposed to happen. Because for this kind of study, you have done a survey.
Okay, sir.
And oftentimes, when you do a survey, you may not be able to use purposive sampling. Purposive sampling are usually intended for specialized studies, for which you are very much aware that your respondents have a kind of knowledge about that thing, and you want to get in-depth information, insight from them. But when you are doing a general study that you are looking at Lagos residents, and you are looking at 300 people, it is good. Are you going to now say you want to do interview with them? Or even if you have sent them a questionnaire, those inclusion that you have, does it bring any insight that other people don't have? So you have to look at that very well and probably consider it with your co-authors, because these are often areas that usually put our papers in problem when we submit them for publication. Two, how did you arrive at your 300 as your sample size? How? What method did you use? Hello,
Okay,
Adekemi Osho?
can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
How did I arrive at my 300? I mentioned that structured questionnaire was sent to.
How did you arrive at the 300 that you sample, your sample size?
That's what I'm trying to explain. I said I structured online questionnaire. Questionnaire was sent via mails.
No.
Across.
You are talking about your data gathering procedure.
I'm talking about how did you arrive at 300?
Yes.
Did you just choose the number or use a system?
Randomly.
Okay.
Choosing randomly.
I chose randomly. I did random sampling. Just
Okay.
chose randomly.
Let me quickly come in so that you will save our time. There are, if you are doing a quantitative study, there are different softwares. There are different calculation approaches that you can use to get your sample size. You know that your sample size is drawn from a larger population.
300 out of
So
15 million.
if your population is 15,000, you can use Rausoft sample size calculator. You can use
Sir?
Taruyamani if you can you hear me? Are you hearing me?
Yes, my population size is 2 million plus, not 15,000.
I said I'm giving you an example.
Okay. Okay, I'm with you.
I'm saying that for your work to be signed, our intention here is to improve your paper so that when you
No.
send it out, it will be
Yes, sir.
easier for you to understand.
Exactly.
Methodology is one critical area that usually make people's paper get rejected.
Okay.
Because when people see your methodology and it does not sync with what you are trying to do, very easily they can reject the paper.
Okay. I'm with you.
Now, there are different approaches to calculating your sample size, particularly when you are doing a quantitative survey as you are doing it now. So we have Taro Yamani, we have Rasford, we have SurveyMonkey calculator, we have calculator.net. So many of these calculations can be used to get your accurate size. Most times, when you use this and you state it, there is no problem.
Okay.
If you can defend and show that this is the formula I've used, and it said this is the number I should sample, just put it in your work.
Okay.
Sometimes some people may say your sample size is small, but if your calculator says that is what you can use, what you now need to represent is how are you able to share the sample size in such a way that it will cover the population you are looking at. For instance, if sample size says do 308 for the whole of Lagos State, how will you do it so much that you will not have too much female, you will not have too much male, you will have representation of younger people at 18, you have of that, all those things that make your work robust. So I would advise that you please look at your methodology again and really, really work on it. You can get some very good journals that you can read up on methodology on surveys so that it can help you. So, and that starts from because in your research questions and objectives, I did see too much of questions on influence.
Is there?
Maybe
I
you can look
mentioned
at
it. I mentioned
that.
it.
What I'm saying is
Where
that
is it? Okay.
it has to really pinpoint influence.
Yes, it did.
Yeah. Then when you were talking about your findings, you were talking about people liking internet, people using internet for this. You are not studying internet. You are studying social media. Because when you say internet, you are talking about so many other components. But the component you are studying is social media. So whatever you are going to be reporting to us must be on social media.
Correct.
So please look through all those things and try to see how well you can work your paper. Remember
Please,
that this paper
moderator,
calling. Yes, yes, please.
please also notify us to increase that sample size. Because nowhere that paper will be presented with 15 million population residents of a Lagos State, and you're talking about 300 random sampling. I think that sample size is way low. So maybe if you can try to project the sample size a little bit higher to commensurate at least to something that is hearable, that will make more sense of the paper, make the paper more tenable anywhere. Thank you.
Oh, let me quickly clarify something in that area. That is why I mentioned sample size calculation. There are two ways you do it. Either you follow through using those tools, or you deliberately pick your own sample on your own. But you must have a very strong reason for that. Over time, what you are saying, I've heard about it. But one thing is that scientists, social scientists have told us that it's not sometimes in the number, but the system of data gathering that is usually have 5,000 respondents. But how well, how systematic have you been able to gather the data? You can have 5,000 people and 70% of your respondents are female. Will you say that is representative? So these are dynamics. So that is why it is usually safer that you use a calculation system. Browsefort is there, calculator.net is there, Taro Yamani is there, Chromebook, I'm trying to remember this table. If I remember the name, I will let you know. There are so many. So, and remember in statistics, ensure that it is set at 50-50 distribution and at 95% confidence level. Once you're able to do all of that, whatever figure is that's given you will be sufficient for you to have a replication of your study. But what we often do is that we concentrate our data gathering in one area. So if you are gathering data from Lagos, you are supposed to do it such a way that it will spread across a significant number of the local government areas. So you cannot say in Alimosho and be gathering and say you are gathering data for Lagos. That is not data gathering. You cannot say in Ikeja and you say you are gathering data for Lagos. So these are some of the little details we need to pay attention to. So if she has used any of those softwares, whatever figure it's giving her will be sufficient. I hope I'm clear.
Very clear, sir.
All right. All right. Thank you very much for your intervention, Mr. Oseni. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate. You're welcome.
All right. Let's now go back to our remaining. I think that is the only person remaining, Mr. Babatunde Abdul Fattah Inyoda.
Yes, yes, sir. I'm ready, sir.
You can continue now.
Okay, can you please allow me to share the screen, sir, the slide screen?
What is he telling you now?
All right, sir.
You should be able to share.
Okay, sir. Okay.
All right, continue. You have just 10 minutes.
Okay.
You are rounding up.
Okay, thank you very much. So I was on slide 4, which said the truth, the critical role of editorial oversight is hinged on the truth in digital age. editors stand as the final line of defense against disinformation. Their gatekeeping function, rooted in rigorous editorial vigilance and clear newsroom policy, is essential. This role is amplified by the ease with which false information can spread via digital platforms and generative AI, making their proactive measures indispensable. So, the theoretical framework, I said building knowledge gap requires creative process of new academic investigations, building on previous study. I cited Dogo 2002 in Babatunde 2016 that says that somehow, somewhere, somebody must have said or done something that relates to your work. In order to appreciate the importance of the gatekeeping process and keeping media content free of disinformation or distortion of any sort, this study examines the gatekeeping theory and truth, which is the critical role of editorial oversight. Defending truth is the critical role in the digital age. Editors stand as the final line of defense against disinformation. Their gatekeeping in rigorous editorial vigilance and clear newsroom policy. The role amplified by the ease with which false information can spread via digital platform and generative AI, making their proactive measure indispensable. The key strategy, rigorous fact-checking. Of the respondent, the respondent from the study, about 51% of the respondent said they discover disinformation during initial reading of their reporter's copy, while 39% or 39.2% of the respondents said they detected fake news or disinformation during fact checking. The first pass by experienced editor is essential in identifying structure verification processes, catching a significant portion of false content. The study highlights that disinformation is predominantly identified through a multi-layer review process in initial editorial reading and subsequently detected by fact-checking. This dual approach ensures a robust defense against the publication of false information. The immediate editorial action. When disinformation is detected, editors employ swift and decisive actions to prevent its dissemination, demonstrating a proactive stance against false reports. The first, about 21.6% of the respondents said they will kill the story outrightly when they discover it. And about 31.4% of the respondents said they will edit the copy by themselves, while a significant number of, 47.1% of the respondents said they will send the report back to the reporter for correction. The most common action is returning copy to reporters for correction, underscoring a commitment to improving journalistic practices while maintaining editorial stands. Preventive measures. This includes training and policies. Continuous training. Continuous education for both editors and reporters is vital. This training equipped newsroom staff to recognize and challenge suspicious or misleading content, adapting to the ever-evolving tactics of disinformation. Then a clear editorial policy, which is another harm, is that the study suggests that a robust editorial guidelines and strict gatekeeping standards are paramount. These policies reinforce accuracy and reliability, countering the pressures of speed in digital journalism that can inadvertently lead to error. Leveraging technology and partnership. These are threefold. Fact-checking network. News organizations should increasingly collaborate with external verification to enhance accuracy. Social media platform partners, media can partner with partnerships with platform help dissemination, help to disseminate verified information and reduce false visibility. And of course, monitoring team is a dedicated team track potential disinformation, allowing for rapid response and correction. These collaborations are crucial in the modern media landscape, forming a collective defense against disinformation. Context and challenges of disinformation. While disinformation in reporters' copy, as the study shows, is occasional or rare, that is 19% of the respondents said they have disinformation rarely occurs, but it forms a varied and impactful. Varied forms. There is a social along the line, please. This can manifest as misquotes, incorrect figures, unverified rumors, or fake details, each requiring careful verification. Ethical body. The speed of the digital news cycle, coupled with the proliferation of user-generated content, intensifies the ethical responsibility of editors to maintain trust and credibility. Collaborative gatekeeping. Modern gatekeeping is a shared responsibility involving not just the editors, but also reporters, fact checkers, and at times, even the audience in correcting errors. Broader implication, trust and democracy. Public trust in the media. Strong editorial gatekeeping is vital for maintaining engagement from reliable news sources. Health of democracy discourse. Effective gatekeeping is fundamental for a healthy democratic discourse. The spread of unverified information leads to societal polarization, making informed public debate challenging. Editors constantly adapt to evolving threats, including AI-generated deepfakes and coordinated disinformation campaigns, reinforcing their role as guardians of truth. Actionable steps for newsrooms. Implement multiple stage review processes. This will ensure that all news copies undergo several layers of scrutiny before publication. Invest in fact-checking tools and partnerships. Utilize advanced tools and collaborate with external verification networks. Offer regular training. That's educate staff on new disinformation tactics and verification techniques. Foster a culture of transparency. This is to promote accountability and openness in all editorial decisions. And finally, develop clear guidelines. Establish precise criteria for handling questionable stories, such as editing, sending back a report, or killing story outrightly. Conclusion: the enduring importance of editorial vigilance. The role of the editor in combating disinformation is not merely about correcting errors, but about actively defending the integrity of public discourse and upholding the fundamental principles of journalism. While rare cases of disinformation may go undetected until after publication, as shown in the study, about 9.8%, necessitating the post-publication corrections. The proactive role of editors remain the cornerstone of trustworthy journalism, and balancing the need for aggressive gatekeeping with concerns for freedom of expression is an ongoing but crucial challenge. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you very much. The only thing is that your slide was not moving as you were talking here. The only thing I saw now is thank you. And there's no problem. This is a conceptual paper, correct?
Yes.
Look at this that we can get some things to get done. It is fine. Coming contribution. Contribution. You want to make any comment?
Yes, sir. What else for the
Thank you, sir.
knowledge for the mind? Actually, my interest in gatekeeping itself, because I'm one of the supporters of what Lewin, I mean, Lewin 1945 and 1947, it's theories. I love his gatekeeping theory because it's much more than theory in other aspects of life. It safeguards, it protects, and it promotes at the same time. But I would like to ask, while you are talking about this aspect of media credibility, media integrity, you made the emphasis on the sources of news, source of information, and source of other things we publish. Because I'm a print person, and that's why I have interest, very 100% interest in gatekeeping. It determines the rest. So I don't know the place of source in your paper, how you see source, or the researchers, what they call it, you review their work, help your studies. So I would like you to just buttress more on the source, because source determines everything. I always tell my students that source determines everything. Once the source is wrong, everything is wrong. So source is tied to integrity and credibility at the same time. So more details could be added to that one. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Sir?
The voice is inaudible. I can't hear the last speaker clearly, sir.
It wasn't clear. Can you keep
What I said. Hello.
What is the question? What is the question, sir?
It wasn't a question, actually.
Oh, okay,
It was a contribution.
Thank you very much.
And I said,
okay.
That the source, that your work did not, the story you presented now, did not emphasize or didn't pay attention much to source. Because we are talking about gatekeeping, we are talking about media integrity, media credibility. We must never forget the place of source. When we talk about sources of news, sources of information, sources of advice, who's saying, who said what. We are not talking about where it is coming from. That's what I'm emphasizing, because the source is everything. No matter the study we do, no matter the information we publish, we can only retrieve, we can only do a rejoinder if the source is credible. If the source is not credible, we cannot even publish. So I'm talking about the fact that other studies in the study of this nature, we should at least glorify source in comparison with other aspects. Because Lewin himself in 1945 and Lewin 1945 and 47 in his theories, he believed that source matters. That's why gatekeepers have to be vigilant, because the vigilance in your study does not talk about the source. Where I had you clearly, sir. That's what I'm trying to say, that in case you have the opportunity of using the study elsewhere or publishing it, at least please within the conceptual and empirical studies, we could buttress more or add more details of flesh to the aspect of source. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Noted, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment? Any other comment?
All right.
If you guys no other comment, I think for a conceptual device, it's always very tricky. Because you have to really establish what the issues are. And I think to some extent, the presenter tries to establish what the issues are. I don't have the full paper, but review of that
thank you, sir.
What we are trying to do so that we can get it a little bit more in terms of perspective. Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. And these are the only two we have to do. Earlier mentioned. If I have any, I thank you. These are the two that we have presented today. The program continues so that if you have your colleagues who are yet to present, you can actually also let them know that the program continues tomorrow, so they can have them presentation also tomorrow. Thank you very much. I think it's time for the next paper based on our comments and our observations. Anytime from October and so. So please let's get ready to submit and work paper. So the program continues time. Okay, I certainly. We have only no problem. We continue to do it. Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. Is there anything?
Hello, moderator. Yeah, thank you so much. Please, some of our members that were not able to share their paper online, maybe if it's possible, if they can share it, if some of them, anybody might be interested in their topics for further readings, research-wise, and all that. So please, maybe some of them could be pleaded to help drop it, or anybody that needs it can also drop their email. Maybe you can give us some few seconds or a minute to do that, please.
The text in the chat, you will see that Mr. Abdulfatah has already put his phone number there. Please pick that phone number from there and chat him up.
Okay.
Just put his phone number there and chat him up. I think that is the only person.
All right. That's great. Thank you.
Please, can I ask a question? I don't know. When will the presentation start tomorrow?
Your line is breaking, sir. We didn't hear you. What time? Your line is breaking, please.
I can't hear you, sir.
Maybe you drop it on the chat.
That's why you let him type it as a message and drop it. Yeah, yes, sir.
Now, can you hear me now?
Yes, continue, sir.
All right. The program starts by 9 to 11. So there is
Okay,
just like
9.
By 9.
when we have the panel discussion in the morning, then it is after that
Okay.
panel discussion that presentation will start.
Okay. All right. So, and again, sir, I don't know if possible happenings over there directly can be shared, not really mainly for the presentation part. Is it possible, please? So that we can see and figure out the happenings over there is unfolding, please. I think we don't know if it's possible the presentation happening physically there can also be projected for we online to follow. Not necessarily we just having access to the presentation part alone. Please, is it possible? The network is bad. Yeah, we are hearing it, but it's echoing. So it's not clearer like it was earlier. So maybe we are hearing you a little bit.
The live feed for what is happening here physically. Thank you very much. I will leave it to continue with the conversation.
All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Dear colleagues, thank you so much for coming around. Mr. Abatunde, we appreciate your presentation. Mrs. Osho, you are doing well.
Thank you.
May Almighty God continue to strengthen us and all that. We hope, and I hope to also see you tomorrow. Thank you so much. Bye from here.
Thank you.
So,
bye-bye.
All right, I'll message you. I'll message you, sir, about on your paper.